Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. This is a live stream looking at, I know I've got the tragedy at Summerhall in my background. I didn't change that at all. My bad. But this is looking at the Night of the Laughing Tree today. I went to my patrons and asked them what I should be talking about over the next few weeks in terms of live streams, and they said Mysteries of Westeros. So we've already looked at this, the tragedy at Summerhall. We're looking at the Night of the Laughing Tree this time. I think one time just for old time's sake, we'll have a look at R plus L equals J. We've got a whole load of other mysteries that we can be working our way through over the next few weeks. And obviously, we'll also intersperse that with some Lord of the Rings live streams as well. So that's what we're going to be doing. I should probably get a few thank yous out of the way first. Very quickly, patrons, thank you so much. I hugely appreciate your support. And also, very briefly, though I will come back to you later as well, I'm very sure, moderators, you do an amazing bit of work as well. I wanted to thank you at the top of this stream for all the work that you do. If you're watching this live, do give the moderators a little bit of love in the chat. But what I will do is I will give you the background to this, a little bit of a sort of an opening spiel from me. Then I'll take as many questions as we've got in the chat. I've got some questions from patrons, and we will go on from there. So, the Night of the Laughing Tree. This is it's a mystery set during the tourney at Harrenhal. So, what we're looking at here is that year, the few months really before the start of Robert's Rebellion. We've had a winter, and winter has ended. As far as everyone's concerned, this is the year of the full spring. They don't know this at the time, but everyone thinks this is spring. So everyone's excited. It's been cold. It's been snowing. There's a tourney. And tourney has been arranged at what's sort of the centre point, really, of the Seven Kingdoms, Harrenhal, which is the biggest castle there is. It's also, as I say, it's right by the crossroads at the middle of the continent. If you head north, you get all the way up to Winterfell. You head south, you go to King's Landing, Storm's End. You go east, you get to the Eyrie. You head west, you go to River Run, and then you can go on to the Westlands after that. So this is right slap bang in the middle of the continent. Everyone can get to it nice and easy. Now we get two accounts of this. One account we get in the World of Ice and Fire, which is from the kind of the Maester political side of things, and then we get one account which comes from Jojen and Mira when they're heading north with Bran, and they're kind of telling stories, and this is a story that they tell. The two accounts line up, and it seems that although clearly different people had different perspectives on what was going on, there is a clear narrative that we can kind of draw out from this. So, from the world of Ice and Fire, what we discover is there seems to have been a lot of political maneuverings in the build up to this at a countrywide level. The Mad King, Aerys II, was getting increasingly mad. And Rhaegar seems to have been starting to think about, I mean, should we kind of replace him? Should I do a coup attempt? Should I get people to kind of like slowly shuffle him off to one side? It's not just damaging the Targaryen brand, he's actually doing some pretty horrific stuff. His way through this seems to have been to get his good friend, member of the Kingsguard, Oswyl Went, to go to his family, House Went at the time. They owned Harrenhal, and pitch a tourney there. As I say, it was the end of winter. Everyone was excited, and the prize pool was big. So everybody was drawn to this tourney at Harrenhal. Harrenhal itself had these kind of echoes in people's minds of when there were great councils before to decide who should be king of the Seven Kingdoms. They were held at Harrenhal because it's the biggest castle. Everyone can gather there. And the implication is that Rhaegar was going to try something. Now, we never see exactly what the end result of all of this would have been. But the implication is that the plan was something along the lines of he would go there, he would show himself to be this magnificent, puissant knight who is ready to take over the reins of the Seven Kingdoms. He would win the tourney, and everybody would rally behind him. His father wouldn't be there because his father never left King's Landing, he never left the Red Keep. And everyone would just kind of come on side and accept that he was already the heir and maybe they should just push things along. That seems to be, or that's the implication of what was being planned. However, Varys, who was the spy master at the time for Aerys II, obviously caught wind of this and told Aerys II, you really do need to stop this somehow. And the way that seemed to happen was that he brought the king out. It was a big surprise. He brought the king out to the tourney. So he was there, and so Rhaegar couldn't do all of this political maneuvering that he wanted to do. The Knight of the Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, the Knight of the Laughing Tree matter from this perspective happened during the tourney. There was the centerpiece of this is the jousting. And the way they'd set this up, every different set of jousting has slightly different rules, it would appear. The way they'd set this up was that there was a Queen of Love and Beauty who was the daughter of the Lord of Harrenhal, Lord Went, and she had 5 champions, her 4 brothers and her famous uncle, Sir Oswald Went, and they were the champions, and then people could challenge the champions over the course of, I think it was like 5 days or something like that. People could come and challenge them, and whoever ended up the last knight standing, as it were, would win the tourney, and they would be able to present the crown of Winter Roses to whoever was going to be the Queen of Love and Beauty. So that was the setup. And then out of nowhere on day 2 or possibly 3, in comes this mystery knight. Mystery knights are not an unknown thing in tourneys. A mystery knight is basically a knight who's turned up, doesn't reveal their identity, but turns up to the lists and then performs in unmarked armor. And there are stories about these great knights. Barristan Selmy did this. Obviously, we've got the mystery knight is a Duncan Egg story about a mystery knight. This was not common, but this was a well-known thing that would happen. On this occasion, the mystery knight had a shield with a weirwood tree on it that was laughing and became known as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. The mystery knight targeted 3 knights in particular, defeated them, and to ransom back their armor, if you lose in a joust, you lose your armor and you can ransom it back for a fee, demanded that they teach their squires a lesson. We're not given any particular extra analysis in the World of Ice and Fire about why that might be the case, but we are told that the king suddenly got quite suspicious about this. And he, according to the text in the World of Ice and Fire, from pretty much out of nowhere, decided that this must be Jaime Lannister. Now, why Jaime Lannister? This wasn't out of nowhere. Jaime Lannister had just been promoted, literally days earlier, been promoted to be a member of the Kingsguard. And the Mad King had done this. This was a big plan by Cersei initially in order to try and keep Jaime close to her. But the Mad King had liked it because what this meant was that if you become a member of the Kingsguard, you have to give up all your claims to inheritance and the like. So he took away Tywin Lannister's son and heir, and basically meant that Castle Rock had to be left to his other son, Tyrion, who everyone knew that Tywin really despised. So the Mad King liked this idea because there was a lot of rivalry between the two, and the Mad King at this point was pretty mad particularly paranoid. Now, it seems that having done this and gained the short-term victory of like being able to laugh at Tywin Lannister, he then realised, oh, this means I've got Tywin Lannister's son next to me with a sword at all times. Maybe I don't like that as much as I thought I would have done. So, having gone out to Harrenhal, he then tells Jaime to head back to King's Landing. Go back and guard the castle. Jaime's not happy about this. He likes tourneys. He thinks he should be involved, and so it's actually not that much of a leap for Aerys II to then think, is this actually Jaime? Did he really go? I know he wanted to stay. I know Jaime Lannister, everyone knows, is a great fighter, good at tourneys. Is he doing this in disguise? And so he fixates on this and he declares that this Knight of the Laughing Tree is no friend of his. And he dispatches people to try and find out who this is. Robert Baratheon and his drinking partner, both, whilst rather drunken, say, we'll go out, we'll find out who this is. They don't. Then he sends his son, Rhaegar, to go off and find out who this is, and they find the shield hanging on a tree, and that's it. At which point, basically, the narrative of the Knight of the Laughing Tree there ends. We get the end point of the tourney at Harrenhal, which is that Rhaegar wins, and he chooses Lyanna Stark as his Queen of Love and Beauty, causes a bit of a political brouhaha at the time, and then events move quite swiftly on towards Robert's Rebellion. So that's the kind of political narrative. There's no hint there about who this might be. They don't burrow into the detail at all. But then we have the second narrative where we get Jojen and Mira telling Bran about what happened. And it's very clear that they know this story very well, Jojen and Mira. And they don't quite get that Bran doesn't know this story. They think that his father, they think Ned should have told him this story. And they check a couple of times. Are you sure that your father never told you this story? And from their perspective, though, the story doesn't start with all this political maneuvering. The story starts with their father. They don't name him as such, but it's very clear it is Howland Reed, who they place immediately in the role of this low-key magic user, a Crannog man, who heads to the Isle of Faces. He talks to the Green Men. Brain is fascinated by this, and then decides the time is right. He has to re-enter the world of humans, not the Green Men. Paddles back to the shore to find himself in the middle of this tourney. And this is where we get the kind of the background to the Knight of the Laughing Tree, because he's kind of wandering around, and the way they tell it, he wants to be a knight. He'd like to be a knight, but he's not a knight. Not really. Crannog men are short. Crannog men aren't fighters. They have like tridents for getting frogs and things like that. They're not fighters. Certainly not knights in the kind of the classical style of a knight. And 3 squires happen upon him and beat him up. The lead of this, as we might expect, is one of the Freys. The Freys really, really despise the Clangmen. But leaping into the fray, we have the she-wolf. All of this story is told in a sort of code, which, in terms of the people in the story, often have a name which is they're given, or a descriptor which is given related to their house sigil or something along those lines. So for the Starks, you have the she-wolf, who is clearly Lyanna Stark. You have the young pup, who is Benjen, who's he's only about 13 at the time. You have the quiet wolf, who's Ned, and so on. So the she-wolf, Lyanna Stark, intervenes, and she beats up these 3 squires, and rescues Howland and takes her back to the other Starks and reaches him up. Ned Stark says, "Hey, you can share my tent. That's all good." And it turns out that there's a big feast that night, and they say, "Come on, you come along to the feast. You're a lord. You've got as much right as anyone else to come to this feast. Come, you sit with us." And at this feast, Howland and Lyanna spot those three squires, and they see who they are squires to, which noble houses they are squires to. And Howland seems in two minds about this. He's like, I want to get revenge, but at the same time, that's not really me. I'm not a fighter. I mean, the squires beat me up, but I can't do this. Lyanna is saying, "Come on, you've got to do this. I'll get you armor." Oh, and Benjen's there going, I can know people who can get you armor. That's okay." And so they're kind of pushing on, and he's like, "No." Um, there's a little bit of a digression into Ashara Dane and who she dances with that I'm not going to go into this time, but it's very interesting. But then we get the tourney. A day goes by, day 2 of the tourney itself, and all 3 of those knights whose squires beat up Howland Reed have managed to get through. They are now 3 of the champions, and that means that anyone can come and challenge them. And this mystery knight appears, the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and we're giving a slight description: short, mismatched armor, a booming voice, so it sounds not like if it was a slightly affected voice, and challenges these knights one after another and defeats them. And each time says, in order to get your armor back, all you have to do, don't give me cash. I don't want your cash. I want you to teach your squire a lesson. And that's the kind of the narrative that we've got going on here. It moves on a little bit, and then we get them questioning again. Really, do you know that Ned never told you this? But that's the heart of what it is, and so we're left to wonder, who is this Knight of the Laughing Tree, and why is this important? Because the Reeds clearly think this is important. They clearly think that this is something that Bran should know, but they stop short in telling him. That's another, I think, quite crucial point. So I will set out in a moment who I think this is, who I think all of the clues here lead to. I suspect that what I think is probably the same to what many of you think. But the clues that we have are, number one, this is clearly somebody who not only witnessed or was aware of what happened to Howland Reed, but also has this sense of injustice about it, has this sense that something ought to be done. So I personally think that's quite a big clue, because a random lord would not do that. If a random lord were entering as a mystery knight, they wouldn't say, "And I claim as my prize, these people have to tell these specific 3 people have to tell their squires how to behave." This is somebody who is there doing this on a point of principle. Secondly, short. We're told that's not something you can easily hide. This is somebody who is short, noticeably short. Both accounts have this person as being short. And the booming voice, which seems to be quite affected. So that's not a massive clue, but I think that we can take it from that this person is trying to cover for themselves in some way. And then we get other hints to do with the fact that Benjen said, "I know someone who can get some armor." Lyanna said, "Really, you should go and do this," and also she was the one who stepped up to the plate. And also the fact that Jojen and Amira clearly thought this was something that Ned would have told Bran. So we get all of these clues, and we'll try and pick our way through what all of that might mean. E. Marty in the chat says, I mentioned Rough Draft's last chat. This is George R. Martin's Rough Drafts for A Song of Ice and Fire. In one draft, it is Brandon who rescues Howland. Lyanna tends his wounds. Benjen is described as playful. Yeah, so, I mean, I find this quite interesting. So the fact that this is Lyanna, who is set up as being clearly somebody who can take on three squires by herself, shows that she has some martial ability. Brandon, we can perhaps believe it. By this point, he's a lot older. He's been trained. He's ready for combat. He's knight level. Dispatching three squires, you would kind of expect. Lyanna, perhaps you wouldn't, unless you knew a little bit about her and you knew that she'd actually managed to defeat three squires on her own. Benjen being described as playful, personally, I think that's reasonably straightforward. He is 13 at this point. Okay, I think that's me caught up in the chat, but I mean, I think you know what, I'm not going to tease this. I think it's Lyanna. I think everything kind of points to her for the reasons that I've said. I think all of these things suggest that it makes sense. It's one of the Starks. The other person possibly, and we will come to this, that it could be is Howland. But if it's not him, one of the Starks, Lyanna seems the person who is most bought into this, most engaged with it. She's the person who shows the martial ability. And at a more meta level, and we probably don't have time to sort of talk about all of the ins and outs of this, but this kind of makes sense to how is it that Rhaegar and Lyanna met? Because otherwise, you have Rhaegar out of nowhere making Lyanna the Queen of Love and Beauty, knowing, because he wasn't stupid, knowing that it would cause a political storm. There has to be some reason for him doing that, not just that he thinks she's pretty, but if he had any idea about what was coming, and surely he must have known what was coming, then he had to have very good reason for it. So, if Lyanna is the Knight of the Laughing Tree, that provides every reason. Rhaegar, we know, went to look for the Knight of the Laughing Tree, who actually wouldn't have been, if you've got all the resources of the Seven Kingdoms at your back, it's not that hard to find somebody like that. Because yes, Benjen can say, oh, I know someone who can find some armor. Someone else will say, well, I've got a horse. Horses aren't just like a random horse. Someone will know whose horse that is. Someone will be able to recognize the armor. We saw this in Dunk and Egg, quite how much pride blacksmiths take in their armor. Someone would have known whose armor that was. It wouldn't take huge amounts of effort to be tracking down who gave that horse to that person. Whose armor is that, and how did that get to someone? Those things probably would have led to Benjen. It would have been obvious it wasn't Benjen. He was very young. He almost certainly wouldn't have been able to do that. And then he said that he could get it. Lyanna was involved. This would have gone straight to Lyanna. It gives us a route to Lyanna. And it also gives us a reason, as well as the fact that Rhaegar then met Lyanna. It also gives us this kind of poetic reason why he might have given her the laurels. Because the hints are that perhaps, yes, he won the tourney, but perhaps it wasn't all above board. Maybe, as we get the hints when we get the tourneys at King's Landing in Book 1 in Game of Thrones, who really is going to be going at 100% against the king? Would it really be a victory? Who really would be going at 100% against the Crown Prince? Um, he, somewhere deep down inside, even if um, he performed really well and he would have some kind of doubt, even if he did not manufacture it. And there are hints that he might have manufactured it so that he won. Even if he didn't, he would have looked at the Knight of the Laughing Tree and thought, that's the undefeated champion. That person was played 3-1-3. The person deserves the honours. So that gives a reason why he might have given the laurels to Liana. And all of that gives a kind of a happy narrative arc to him then coming back to pick up Liana, so to speak, which led to Robert's rebellion, because he got a connection with her, which wouldn't have been there if he just randomly seen her somewhere. He had to have met her at some point. So anyway, that's my overall take. Um, and it works on, I think, many levels. It fits all the clues that we've got, and also it works at a narrative level that this was Liana. Okay, so we've got Jojo Actions saying, "Hey Robert, hope all is well. Thanks for the hard work. Enjoying it a lot. You're very welcome." Here's my question: if Bloodraven wanted Rhaegar and Lyanna to meet at the tourney, and Howland Reed was supposed to orchestrate this, does this mean he wanted to be beaten up by the three squires and maybe even set them up? I mean, I think this is an interesting question. So the kind of the working assumption is that this is Bloodraven working behind the scenes. This is the Weirwood network working behind the scenes to create, first of all, the Year of the Fall Spring, which is a pretty impressive bit of magic, it has to be said. We could easily overlook this, but winter ended. Then there was spring. Then winter came back with a vengeance, really hard. And everyone calls it the Year of the Fall Spring because they thought that even the Maesters got tricked. They thought it was spring. And um, what motivation could the Weirwood Network Bloodraven have for creating spring? Because they knew they needed to bring people together. And they couldn't do that while winter was happening. So they created a spring through some great magic. That's the working hypothesis we have there. Howland Reed, uh, it's not clear the extent to which he was in on all of the plans, or he was just their man on the ground. My instinct is the yes, he was there. He consulted the Green Men. They made sure he was on side. They were guiding him along the way, but he wasn't the person pulling all of the strings all of the time. He was just somebody, as far as we can tell from the way that Jojo and Amira tell it, he was going along minding his own business. Not he went in there thinking, how do I manipulate events? How do I try and get these things to happen? It was the Weirwood Network that were manipulating events, and they had someone on the ground in order to use. So that seems to be the way it was. So when we're talking about Howland orchestrating things, my instinct is that it wasn't Howland orchestrating things. He was just the person that they were using. Now, all of this, it has to be said, has to take a completely different view in the light of House of the Dragon. Because although House of the Dragon is semi-canon, we know all of this, they went big on Harrenhal being heavy on Weirwood tree magic. We didn't have this before. Yes, it was on the shores of the God's Eye Lake. Yes, we knew it had a Weirwood tree. Yes, we knew that there was supposedly a curse on there. We knew all of these things. But in House of the Dragon, we have the weirwood tree, which is noticeably reaching out across to the Isle of Faces. We get the roots. If you think visually about Harrenhal, we get the roots of the weirwood tree, which are, and the creative team behind it have said this was deliberate. You see, when you see Damon walking around Harrenhal, you see him stepping over the roots. We see the roots coming through the walls and reclaiming Harrenhal really for um, the Weirwood network. And excuse me, pardon me, that's twice now. Um, uh, so obviously we also get the guest bed made of weirwood tree wood. And we get Alice Rivers, who's there. This seems to be a very, very weirwood tree centric place to an extent that we hadn't really. Yes, we knew it was a bit like that, but we hadn't really considered it to be that extent before, which makes us think about everything that happens at Harrenhal in a completely different way. Not just here at the tourney at Harrenhal, although we have to ask who was sleeping in that weirwood tree bed during the tourney at Harrenhal. Was somebody getting those same dreams? What about the other things that happened at Harrenhal? What about the Great Council of 101 when Viserys was chosen? Was that influenced by the Weirwood network? There are so many extra layers that could be added if that semi-canon truth is in some way played out in the novels as well. Um, Desert Stormborn, Charlie11 saying, to be fair, the Weirwood network took quite a hit from Harren the Black. Absolutely, yes. I mean, we always knew this was a quite Weirwood networky, so to speak, but the show pushed it on to the next level. That's the point we're trying to make. Um, on a skill variety channel saying in deep sneeze. Yeah, apologies for that. Not saying the weirwood trees weren't always sad. Any laughing tree would be a very ancient thing. That's a really interesting thing. So um, the fact that this is a laughing tree is intriguing because um, it's slightly at odds with the mission of the Knight of the Laughing Tree, which seems to be quite serious. These guys beat up one of House Stark's bannermen, and I'm out to get justice. That's not a I'm laughing about it kind of thing. So it seems to imply somebody uh, who must have commissioned this picture. It seems to imply somebody who's got a slightly more carefree approach. Yes, somebody who is kind of harking to the old gods in some way, but it doesn't. And this is one of the marks against Ned. Incidentally, it doesn't uh, really kind of strike as somebody who's more serious. And um, the other three Starks, all in their own different ways, probably are a little bit more likely to think about the laughing weirwood tree. Brian Burns saying, I missed the videos that were in your Robert's Rebellion playlist immensely. Any revisions, remakes of those videos in the works? Yes, absolutely. They are on the way. So, I mean, I know I've taken down quite a few videos, and they are all coming back up. Do not worry. If your favourite is down, it is coming back up. Um, in terms of timing on the Robert's Rebellion series, what I'm waiting for, I've got a question on this, and I'll dig into the detail of this a bit later, but there is, at some point soon, hopefully this year, going to be a stage play about the tourney at Harrenhal. This is official. George R. R. Martin is sort of working on this. He's not the writer of it, but he has been very involved, and he's saying good and complimentary things about it. And the last update we had was that it would happen in London, probably in 2025. So when that happens, my hope is that we will learn something. Uh, my expectation is that we'll definitely learn something. I don't know what exactly, but what I wouldn't want to do was redo those videos and then have to redo them again, literally just like a few weeks later, if we got some extra bit of information. So I'm wanting them to be up to date and giving the best bit of information we can. So that's the kind of timing issue on that. In the meantime, I'm keeping up the. Uh, at the moment, I think I'm doing 4 videos a week. What I'm trying to do is uh, the balance doesn't always work out exactly like this, but I'm trying to do 2 new videos and re-uploading 2 old videos every week at the moment, which is a lot of fun. Actually, I'm really enjoying it, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your appreciation. Thank you. Um, Adi Achilles saying George R. Martin always says good and complimentary things until he doesn't. Yeah, I get your point there. I think that the difference between a stage play and um, the things he doesn't always say complimentary things about TV shows, which is I think what you're getting at is that this is a one-off. So who knows? We've not been told anything about runtime, but if this is a stage play, then unless they're going to split it in half, which incidentally that's what happened with the Harry Potter stage play, they turned it into 2 stage plays each. I don't know how long each one is. I haven't seen it, but 2 3 hour stage plays, something along those lines. Unless they're going down that route, to have one stage play, you would expect it probably 3 hours ish. If they were doing a cut down version, hour and a half. If it's an epic length one, then maybe 4 hours. But this is not hugely long, and George R. R. Martin will be able to see the whole thing. It's not like, okay, yeah, I like episode 1, and they're going off and doing other things, and then there's going to be season 2, and then there's going to be season 3, and there's no butterfly effects here. He can see the whole thing. He can comment on it. He can say no, let's not have that in there. So I've got higher hopes for this as a concept for how to be delivering a Song of Ice and Fire goodness in a way that isn't TV shows. Okay, and let's go to Jeff Cordova. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to Bear Island. Hello, Robert. I hope you and Dan are well. We are, thank you. Knighthood is associated with the faith of the Seven, so there are few knights from the Northern Islands. Trials by 7 are restricted to knights, but what do we know about tourneys? Can anyone enter who can afford to do so? And do you think the more devout among Northerners and Ironborn might consider knighthood among their own as blasphemous? Always appreciate your thoughts. Well, thank you. Um, so there's a difference between, first of all, trials by 7 and tourneys. So let's just talk about in terms of who can do these things. Let's talk about tourneys. Tourneys have different rules for each tourney. Is the short and simple answer here. Some of them, yes, they're restricted to knights. So in the Hedge Knight, the first Dunk and Egg story, which we're obviously going to see in A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms season 1, yes, that was an issue. You had to be a knight in order to enter. And so Dunk has to persuade the powers that be that he is a knight. That's a plot point there in that story. However, it doesn't appear to be the case in all tourneys. And some tourneys, you're allowed to enter some parts of it, but not the main jousting. So in any given tourney, you might have the jousting, you might have a melee, you might have an archery competition, you might have lots of different things all going on. And you don't have to be a knight to enter all of those things. Maybe the jousting you do, some tourneys, they're relaxed about that as well. This one, as far as we can tell, no, you don't need to. The whole principle of the Mystery Knight is that the Mystery Knight does not reveal who they are. So they therefore do not have to provide some kind of accreditation to say, yes, I'm definitely a knight. And that's what Dunk had to do in The Hedge Knight, was that he had to prove that he was a knight. Who here knows who you are? Who here knows the person who knighted you? That kind of thing. The implication here is that at this tourney, didn't really matter. You can be a mystery knight. You can not tell anyone who you are. You can just rock up and say, I want to join, and that's fine. So it really did change from tourney to tourney. As for might people in the north or the Iron Islands look down on people who are knights, or consider it heresy in some way? Um, I think the answer is no. In the north, we haven't really dived in as much with the Iron Islanders with this. Um, it, it does really depend on if you're going down the formal route of what it is to become a knight, or the informal route of what it is to become a knight. If you're doing it the formal way, the way that Jaime Lannister did, he was sort of told, I'm going to make you a knight tomorrow. Go away and make your peace with the Seven and spend a night of humble um, meditation and things. And so he does. He goes away and does this, and then comes back and is knighted. By it was by Arthur Dane, but yeah, this is clearly yes within the context of this is some kind of holy ideal. Others, they seem to be just knighted on the battlefield. Dunk claims that Sir Arlen knighted him basically on his deathbed, and he didn't have to go through anything. He just said a few words, did the sword on the shoulders thing, and that was that. And nobody disputes that that would work. That would make you a knight. So there's no clear implication that just because you're a knight, it means you therefore have to have gone through some Faith of the Seven ritual. Some people do, some people don't. And I think by way of context here, we've got a few people. Yes, there are fewer knights in the north, but obviously we have Sir Jorah, who was knighted, and also Sir Roderick Cassel, who is a very well-known, loved and faithful retainer of House Stark, and nobody ever sort of says to him, "Oh, yeah, you're not really a follower of the Northern Gods because you've been knighted." Similarly, the entirety of House Manderley don't follow the Northern Gods, and then they're not sort of shunned because they have lots of knights there. So it's more there aren't many because most of the Northerners don't take part in these kind of southern tourneys and things like that, and it's seen not as heresy to be a knight. It might be seen by some as a little bit of a vanity or just like oh, that's just some weird foreign thing going on. Um, but most Northerners are like, it doesn't really affect anything. It's not. It doesn't mean that you're a better fighter than me. It just means that you can fight in tourneys. The Northern attitude seems to be tourneys tend just to be about show fighting rather than real fighting. We were net member here for 5 months. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to support this channel, thank you very much. The best way to do that is via Patreon. There is a link down in the description if you'd like to do that. But second best way is to become a channel member here, and there's a link somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but there's a link here on YouTube, and you can become a channel member. That puts your if you do something in the chat, that'll sort of like flash it up a little bit more and make it more likely that I see you here. Weirwood Net says, "Hi IDG, do you think Rhaegar and Lyanna spent the time at Isle of Faces now that the calendar showed them there?" Okay, so the calendar, this was for context, those people who don't know what we mean by the calendar, every year there's an official Song of Ice and Fire calendar which comes out. You know, the kind of thing, 12 months, each month has got a nice big picture, specially commissioned artwork. Now, this is signed off by George R. R. Martin, but this isn't, and I wish I could find the quote to say, um, perhaps I could if I had a few minutes, but he doesn't authorize these in as much as saying everything in this picture is exactly right by the story. These are pictures inspired by A Song of Ice and Fire. And one of the pictures in, I think, last year's calendar was of Rhaegar and Lyanna seemingly, by a heart tree, seemingly on the Isle of Faces. It's possible that this was supposed to be in the Godswood at Harrenhal, but there was definitely a heart tree going on. Now, that created a small flurry of debate amongst the fandom, because this seems to confirm the working hypothesis that I've just been setting out to you, which is that Rhaegar and Lyanna met at the tourney at Harrenhal when she was the Knight of the Laughing Tree, because there's some armor lying around and stuff like that as well. So do I think that the calendar has confirmed anything? No, I think is the short answer. I'd love the idea that it would. That would be fantastic. We could look out for that every year and then see whether we can get any new clues about stuff. But no, each year there's a picture that has some details that make you go, oh, that gives a slightly different spin on things. It's not George R. R. Martin saying, could you do me a picture that shows this? That's not how the process works, unfortunately. That said, might they have been to the Isle of Faces? I've got a later question about the Isle of Faces, which I'll get onto. But at the tourney at Harrenhal, I suspect not. I suspect at the tourney at Harrenhal, Lyanna perhaps could have managed to get away for a day or so, and people wouldn't have noticed her. There was a lot of people, lots going on, but her brothers were keeping an eye out for her, I am sure. So if she had gone missing for a while, someone would have noticed. If Rhaegar had gone missing for more than a few hours, that would have been commented on. So I think at the tourney, no. After the tourney is a completely different mission. Yeah, completely different matter. Okay, let's just quickly flicking through the chat. Let's go to a question from Commander Ray. Hello, Robert. The Knight of the Laughing Tree is one of my favourite characters. She dunked on some knights and wasn't caught by her brother or king. However, Rhaegar definitely discovered her identity, and it seems like much of what went on was background for this meeting of ice and fire. How much string pulling do you think was at work here? And do you think Rhaegar never talked to the two older Stark brothers, and why do you think Rhaegar never talked to the two older Stark brothers, which would have saved a lot of time? So the first part, yes, I think I would agree that there's string pulling going on. As I say, the Weirwood Network are behind a huge amount of this. Why didn't Rhaegar talk to the two older Stark brothers? I mean, this is a good question. One thing, it's a quote I want to get out there now because I think it's a really important one that provides a lot of the backdrop to this, which is when George R. R. Martin was asked what happened at the tourney at Harrenhal, he said, enough to write a whole book, and a George R. R. Martin book at that, by which he meant hundreds of pages worth of things happened at the tourney at Harrenhal. So whatever we're talking about here, there are other subplots going on that we know nothing about. Hopefully some of them might come out in the stage play, but there are lots of other strands that we know nothing about that were going on there. Which means, given the fact that Rhaegar our working assumption is that the reason he went there was to try and plot a coup of some kind. He will have been a busy person. And on top of that, he will have been in the tourney, he'll have been in the jousting, which will require not just him turning up for, you know, sitting on a horse for a couple of minutes every now and then. That requires some preparation. He may well have got some sores and things. He will need some downtime after that. Added to which, his father sent him out on this wild goose chase to find the Knight of the Laughing Tree. There's a lot going on with him. So the idea that he didn't find time, because this didn't go on, I mean, the tourney at Harrenhal was for a finite period of time. The fact that he didn't go and talk to either of Lyanna's older brothers purely on a time basis makes absolute sense to me. I don't see that as an issue. Um, Added to which, I could well imagine we don't know where it got to with Rhaegar and Lyanna. We don't know how they left things, but I can certainly imagine her, given what we know about her, saying, um, if Rhaegar said, "Should I talk to your brothers?" her saying, "Well, this is up to me. I know how they're going to react." Ned, she was engaged to Robert Baratheon, and Robert Baratheon was Ned's best friend. And he was, if he heard that she was going to break that off, she would have thought she knew how Ned would have reacted. And when we get to Brandon, there's every hint that Brandon came down there with some kind of a, if not a mission from his father, then he will certainly have been aware of the Southron ambitions, is the way that it's often described. He will certainly have been aware of the idea that House Stark has to be fostering good relations with houses in the South. And what does that mean? Well, he's about to be marrying the Tullys. Ned Stark is there, um, friends with House Baratheon and also with the Arryns. And probably they would have had half a thought to Lyanna, who was engaged to the Baratheons, but they would have had half a thought to who do we get Ned married to, and even who do we get Benjen married to. This is the first chance for years to mingle with people in the south because of the winter. You couldn't leave the north. You couldn't come down south. If they wanted to, if their Southron ambitions were real, this was their first chance for a long time to actually kind of meet up with people. And as a complete aside, one of the things when we get Ashara Dane and all of her dancing partners, we get she danced with this person and this person, and then she dances with Ned, but Ned hadn't wanted to. It was only when, because he was too shy, it's only when Brandon intervened that he did dance with her. Now, the way I interpret that, you could interpret that in a number of different ways, but the way I interpret that is that Brandon was potentially setting Ned up with the Dane family. Why? Well, because that's the next or the sort of family which would be a really good connection for the second son of House Stark. The first son of House Stark has to marry a daughter of one of the top noble families in the south, absolutely. But the second son, well, he's not going to be able to marry. I mean, there weren't actually all that many eligible people around, but he couldn't be able to marry a Cersei, for example. Um, because Tywin was sort of holding her back with a hope to get her to marry the Targaryens. Who could he marry? Well, probably the next tier down, the really big, old, influential next tier down families. You know the type of families we're talking about. And at the time, House Dane were that family. In Dorne, they were from kingly stock in Dorne. They were one of the most ancient families, not just in Dorne, but in all of the Seven Kingdoms. And at the time, they were right in there at the heart of the court. Arthur Dane was in the the Kingsguard, and he was best friends with the Crown Prince, and Ashara Dane was there in the retinue of Elia, the Crown Prince's wife. So actually marrying into um, the Dane family would have made complete political sense. So that's the way I interpret what's going on there, which is a bit of a digression. But why might Rhaegar not have talked to Brandon or Ned? Firstly, because of time. Secondly, because he might have known how they'd react. Uh, we see this when he gives um, uh, the winter roses to Lyanna at the end of the tourney. Brandon is on his feet, so angry, like more angry than you would expect from that kind of thing. I mean, he took this as a personal insult, as if he'd put huge amounts of his personal capital into making sure that she marries Robert Baratheon, and this was risking that. Now, Robert Baratheon, we're told, laughed it off. Elia, we're not really given her reaction, but Brandon reacted very strongly. If Rhaegar had any hint that that is how Brandon would have reacted, then why on earth would he have told him? Um, uh, quick flick to rambling, saying, "Look, I'm a borderline Cersei apologist, but that would be if she didn't have a drunkard that paid her attention." Okay, I don't know what the context for that one was, but yeah. Um, uh, I'm just trying to find the context for you being a borderline Cersei apologist, but I will just let that one sort of linger there. Let's go to a question from Helen's little sister saying, "Are you able to provide any update on the stage production, London or New York, on the story that occurs at Harrenhal?" Yeah, so I said I would do this. Uh, and actually, sorry, Congenial Train, long time listener, first time commenter, just wanted to say what a fantastic community. It is a fantastic community, and welcome. Fantastic to have you here. Um, the reason why it's a fantastic community is because um, the moderator. I was just paused because I saw Richard Beasley comment. Any regard Robert had for me just sank with one simple statement. No, I hold you in the highest regard. Reflective rambling. Do not worry, and that's the point I'm just trying to make. The moderators here are amazing and create such a wonderful, inclusive um, community, chasing away any. Bots or any people who are trying to add some negativity here. This is a positive, affirming place where we can just enjoy these books that we love. So if you are here in the chat, could you just give a little bit of love to the moderators? I would hugely appreciate that. But Helen's little sister asking about the stage play. So I will give you the short answer is I have no update on what I said the last time, and I can't remember the last time I said this, but I will happily set out everything that we know in terms of where we're at and timescales going forward. So this is a stage play. It's not being described as a musical, so those hoping for a musical, sorry, but it would not surprise me if there is at least one song, because there is at least one song that happens at the turning at Harrenhal. We're told that Rhaegar sings a sad song and it made Lyanna cry, and that seems relatively pivotal to what's going on. So I don't think this is going to be musical, but there may well be at least one song in it. Beyond that, in terms of staging, anything like that, we do not know. We have a name for it, which is the Iron Throne. This is not yet fully confirmed, but George R. Martin started calling it the Tourney at Harrenhal stage play, then said that they've decided to call it the Iron Throne, and we haven't heard that changed since. So what I take from that is that this, if they would have chosen a title that reflects what is going on in the stage play, as well as something that they think will draw people in, but what is happening in the stage play. And the fact they're calling it the Iron Throne seems to imply that the angle they're coming from is the maneuvering, the political maneuvering for the Iron Throne. What's going on? Rhaegar, did he call this to launch a soft coup? Eris II trying to prevent that, Varys working in the background, all of those things. There will be other stuff happening alongside all of this. We can't get around this. Rhaegar is obviously central to this. Rhaegar is central to the Night of the Laughing Tree. So the other stuff will happen, but the main focus of the story, my instinct, is going to be on this struggle for who rules the Seven Kingdoms. And that's all we know in terms of like the content. George R. Martin, as I say, he's not the writer, but he has several times met the writer, the producer, etc. The last update we had, which was, I think, just before Christmas, was that he met the team behind this when he was last in London. He comes this side of the Atlantic roughly once a year, maybe every couple of years. And this last time, it was quite an epic trip. Actually, if you're an avid follower of George R. R. Martin's blog or not a blog, then there's a new one talking about his time when he was in Glasgow. He's taken a little while. Worldcon was in Glasgow last year. He's taken a little while to get up to that. And just as a by the by, I think we're all expecting that one. He'd been angsting a bit about that. It's a lot more positive a blog post than perhaps I was expecting. So for those of us who pay far too much attention, perhaps, to trying to read signals into George R. R. Martin's mental state, I'm happy to report that the most recent blog post seems more positive than I thought it would, which is good because he seemed quite down for quite a long time. But when he was last in London, which was about July, August of last year, he met up with the team. And the update there was that it sounds like the writing has broadly finished. He said that they pitched this to a number of theatres, and he said the good news is that they will probably have their pick of theatres. And he was expecting it or hoping it would happen in London. I think the working theory is it starts in London, but give it a year or so, it'll probably be in New York and down in Australia as well. In London in 2025. Now, my friends who work in the London theatre business tell me, pardon me, that the rough next steps here are they have to come to some agreement. If they finished the writing, they have to then come to some agreement with a theatre. Theatres in London, probably New York as well. They have deals. They don't just like, some of them do something for 6 weeks and then another 6 weeks or something else and so on. But the expectation is that this will probably run for a long time. I name checked the Harry Potter stage play. That's been running in the West End for as long as I can remember, at least 10 years by this point. The Mousetrap has been running in the same theatre in London for, I think, 60 years now, which is actually excellent, by the way. If you had a random recommendation for you, there's a reason it's been running for 60 years. It's a very good stage play. But them choosing somewhere, they're choosing somewhere where they know that they can set up home for a period of time. So this is quite a significant decision. Once they've got the theatre, they then need to work through all of how they're going to stage this. There's a tourney happening. There's going to be horses charging at each other, which is quite a central part of this story. How do they do that? Is that puppets? Are they going to be projecting stuff? Might they have real horses? Probably not real horses, but how are they going to do this? That will take a little bit of time. and production, the things they can do in theatre these days blow my mind. So this isn't a problem, it's a matter of deciding how to do it and then setting it up. And then once they've done all of that bit, then they can start with the casting and then trying to work out when they actually open, because they can only open once whatever's on at that theatre already finishes. So how long does that process take? I mean, who knows? Perhaps as little as 3 months, perhaps as long as, well, years. Uh, the working hypothesis we've got in terms of when it's going to be there, my best guess is second half of this year, but I vaguely remember this time last year saying something very similar. So who knows? In the same way that I think I've given up. Well, I know I've given up on trying to guess when The Winds of Winter is coming out. I think it's probably a fool's game trying to guess when this is going to come out. It's making solid progress, and at some point we'll learn a little bit more. But yeah, for those who are um, not in London, I'm in a privileged position. I have to say that I will be able to. I mean, I dread to think how much it will cost, but I will be able to get to London to see this. But for those who do not have easy access to London, uh, probably it would be, give it 6 months or a year. I think it will probably transfer over to Broadway. Georgia Martin has mentioned Australia before. This kind of thing, if it's a massive success, then they can take it even further off to different parts of the world. But London first, then New York, then Australia, then the world, I think is the sort of the running order. Martin S. saying, hello, Robert. I hope all is well. It is. Thank you. Just back from a late day trip taking photos of birds. Long focal length telephoto. Good stuff. I hope you got some good pictures there. Quick flick through. And I think I have another question. So, Congenial Train gifted one IDG Live membership. Well, thank you very much. That's another thing. If you're a member, I don't know all of these benefits when you're a member, when you're a channel member here, but I do know that after a certain amount of time, you can gift channel memberships to other people. So, thank you very much indeed. Mark Shees is saying if Martin is involved later rather than sooner. I think George R. Martin's involvement in this, I wouldn't say it's largely over, um, but I think his involvement will have been at the ideas, at the clearing the script kind of level, rather than the how to make the magic of theatre work level and how to book specific theatres. That's not where he's at on this. So my instinct is that his involvement is probably less than it is on season one of a TV show, for example. Um, Michelle Ramo saying, I'll be travelling as soon as the dates are announced. I need to see it. I already told my job. Yeah, well, I know the feeling. Yeah. I will also be going as soon as possible. Let's go to, and Michelle Ramo, here's a question from you from Patreon. Saying, what do you think Ares would have done if he was the one? If he was the one who actually caught the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and realizing it was one of his warden / Lord Paramount's daughters, does he kill her and the war start earlier, or do you think there's still a bit of enough sanity left in Ares at that time where he might have taken a different path? What do you think? Well, I think the honest answer here is that the point about Eris II at this time is that he is unpredictable, and so how he would react is quite hard to pinpoint. Um, he probably wouldn't react. I mean, he would be relieved it wasn't Jamie. He might not believe that it wasn't Jamie, though, because this could go a number of ways. And we only have this one almost throwaway line in the world of Ice and Fire about this, but if he was convinced this was Jamie, and then he tracks down this person, and oh, it's not Jamie, it's someone else. he might still think, well, it actually was Jamie. What's this person doing here? This is a Stark. The Starks must be in on this as well. There, he was paranoid in almost a clinical sense, as far as we can tell. The Starks must be in on it as well. That they must be teaming up with Tywin to plot against me. And yes, so almost certainly he would have captured her, tried her, killed her, something along those lines. Um, I'm tempted to say that in the real world, what this would have been is just accelerating the timeline. In that Brandon would not have allowed that. If Brandon Stark was the kind of person who would charge with his friends down to the Red Keep to demand that Rhaegar, the Crown Prince, step outside, he's not going to balk at doing something similar with the King. Um, Ned would almost certainly fall in alongside. Robert Baratheon would almost certainly fall in alongside. Um, the Tullys would almost certainly fall in alongside, and you actually get the same kind of axes against each other. The South Run ambitions thing from Rickard Stark, it's hard, and I will when I redo that video. I'll try and tease this out as much as we can, but basically that created a power block. It was a power block with the Starks, who were united with the Baratheons via Robert Baratheon, who were united with the Arryns, who were united with the Tullys. Now, that created four of the Seven Kingdoms all in a power block. And that meant that whenever civil war happened, they would be on one side. And it was just a matter of would anyone else come onto their side? So, in the same way that historians will tell you that World War One was sort of inevitable because we had these two great alliances, one against the other, and all it took was um, you know, a little spark to set the two sides against each other. Um, that's the kind of feel that we've got going on here. Is that we created a power block that was pretty much there already by the time of the Tony Harrenhal. Ghost Dreamer, which characters were there but we don't know what they did? Who could be an interesting subplot or scheme? Um, well, it's so. I mean, there's a lot. So, as George R. R. Martin said, I'll come back to it. You could write a very large book about what happened there. One that I would love to know more about is Barristan. Um, he clearly was uh, in love with, obsessed with, lusted after, whatever you want to call it, Ashara Dane. Um, how did that play out? We don't know. We get hints. He sort of mutters about her turning to the Starks. We also get him kind of muttering about um, if only Rhaegar had trusted him like he'd trusted Arthur Dane. What was that about? Was that about fixing the tourney, as some people suggest? We don't know. He was there at the heart of all of this. George R. R. Martin uses him sparingly. You can tell he's one of the characters that it almost feels a bit like Ned Stark in book one, where Ned Stark clearly knows huge amounts about the background to what happened with the Robert's Rebellion, the turning at Harrenhal, um, uh, all the way through to the Tower of Joy. But his POV chapters, he kind of touches on these things and then kind of veers away. It's almost as if George R. R. Martin is kind of like tantalizing us with it. That's the same way he treats Sir Barristan. Sir Barristan knows a lot more than we've actually heard. Several times, and I've said this before, but it's a frustration of mine. Several times he's starting to launch into this great explanation about what Rhaegar was like or what really happened, and then Danny's there going, "Oh, I'm a bit tired. Can we do this another time?" Or somebody bursts in and they have to go and deal with something else, and it's like, I just want to hear what Barristan says. So um, he's one person I would love to hear about. Varys. We know that Varys, he's the person who provided the information and why Eris is there, but then we don't hear about what he does when he is there. Surely he won't like put his feet up and go, right, that's it. I've saved the day by sending the king there. No, he will have been gathering information. He will have been advising the king. Did he know what was going on? Was he the person who was like feeding him information, which led him to think that this might have been Jamie? Did he give him the right information that stopped this plot? What was he up to? That was absolutely fascinating. And then we get the mysterious case with the Tullys. What's so mysterious about the Tullys? The Tullys did nothing at the turning at Harrenhal. Sherlock Holmes joke there. The Tullys. This was in their patch. It was right down the road. Um, which Tullys were there? We don't really know. We're not told huge amounts of information about this. Is there a reason why they're not there? Um, uh, is it just that they just didn't do anything interesting? We get some hints about things along the way, some political stuff going, but they should be there. This is their Lords Paramount of the Riverlands. They should be there in kind of pride of place. So that's another family that it's quite interesting knowing what's going on. Who else would it be good to know? I, I think Elia is the other person, which is fascinating. So Elia being Rhaegar's wife, we're told she's there. She's there with a retinue of I think it's a dozen women, handmaids, um, and she's there by Rhaegar's side. And then he wins the tourney, and then everyone's expecting him to give her this laurel of the winter roses, crown her the queen of love and beauty because that's his wife. But he doesn't. He does this to someone else. We're not told how she reacts. That would be a fascinating thing to discover. In fact, that's something that will be on the stage play, and it's like at that moment. I have to admit, this is why I think, oh no, I'm going to have to see this more than once, aren't I? Because at that moment, who do you look at? You want to see everyone's reaction because those actors will have been told how to react. Um, you'll want to see Lyanna's reaction. You'll want to see Brandon's reaction. You want to see Robert Baratheon's reaction. You want to see her reaction. You want to see the Aerys's reaction. There's so many different reactions you'll be wanting to see at that point. So anyway, Ghost Dreamer, I hope that kind of answers that one for you. Let's go to Michelle Ramo. Second question, which was kind of linked to a question I've had earlier. Do you think Lyanna and Rhaegar may have married on the Isle of Faces? Rhaegar, fire, was very much involved in prophecy. Lyanna was the blood of the first men, maybe the others, ice. And it's believed that he told her about the prince that was promised prophecy. What better place to get more information and seal the prophecy than the Isle of Faces? Yes, so as I say, I think them during the journey to the Isle of Faces, no. Afterwards, or getting married, possibly yes. If they did get married, I think it makes sense that Lyanna would have wanted to be married before a heart tree. And why? Because she seems very northern, very Starkish. And also, one of the things that Ned was very keen to do was to take her body back up to Winterfell. Um, she wanted that. He's very clear. He says to Robert Baratheon, she wanted to be buried here, implying that this was like some of her dying words. So she took very seriously her Stark heritage. So if they headed down south to Dorne, which is what they did, Dorne doesn't have any weirwood trees. Where between Harrenhal and Dorne would they know there were weirwood trees? The Isle of Faces. If they wanted to go somewhere which wasn't a castle where people would know what was going on, if they wanted to do it in secret, it kind of makes sense. Now, I like this idea. I mean, it's just one of those things which is, yeah, that kind of works for me at a thematic level. I love this idea that we only know three people, groups of people, whoever, wherever they're. Howland Reed was there, and Valerion, who landed there, big mystery, landed there on his dragon, and then might they have allowed Rhaegon Lyanna? Yes, they might have done if they thought that this was where the prince that was promised was going to come from. So all of that does add up, and it kind of makes sense to me. Um, do we have any evidence for it? No, not yet, but it absolutely works, and yeah, I like the idea. Um, uh, so, Agreed Weirwood saying Highgarden, if you're asking about where, um, if that's about where else might they have gone. Um, yeah, I mean, Highgarden is a bit out of the way. If they're going to Dawn, they'd have had to head, I've not got the map up, obviously, but they'd have had to head all the way off to the southwest and then back again. And the Highgarden um, sort of weirwood tree is well known, and if the Crown Prince went there, then he was well known. If they get married in front of a weirwood tree, my instinct is it's somewhere en route, and it's somewhere that they think nobody else is going to be to see them, uh, because as much as this seems to be very rushed, they also will have been aware of message management. That if they're getting married, this was going to be a big thing. And the last thing they wanted was this message getting out before they could square it off with people. Um, Not least the Dornish, because at the time, Rhaegar was already married to Elia, and obviously they'd need to make sure. Did he divorce Elia first? Now we're getting into different territory, but um, uh, it, if they got married, they would want it to be secret. Let's say Catherine Furseth saying, "Hi Robert, if I'm not mistaken, Aerys, by this point pretty paranoid, thought that the Knight of the Laughing Tree was an enemy and might even be Jaime Lannister. Why did he think this? As far as I can tell, this mystery knight came and went pretty fast, defeated three knights, won popularity, and that's it. Why this hang up from Aerys' side? How could the knight be a threat?" Um, well, I'll read you what we know. This is from the World of Ice and Fire. The king himself urged men to challenge him, the Knight of the Laughing Tree, declaring that faced behind that helm was no friend of his. His Grace became convinced that the tree on the Mystery Knight's shield was laughing at him, and, with no more proof than that, decided that the Mystery Knight was Sir Jaime Lannister. His newest Kingsguard had defied him and returned to the tourney, he told every man who would listen. So, this is a paranoia, is the short answer. Why did he think that? Because he thought that Tywin was out to get him, and he suddenly thought, hang on a moment, Tywin's son is here. I sent Tywin's son away, and he didn't want to go. He's come back. Everybody's laughing at me. That's him laughing at me. That's the logic that he went through. It makes no sense that this is Jaime, and we know it's not Jaime because we've had POVs from Jaime. We know he headed down to King's Landing and was quite annoyed about it. So we know it wasn't him. Eris just thought it because he was pretty paranoid, is the short, boring, but truthful answer. Catherine Forsyths, to be contrarian to popular opinion, who other than Lyanna Stark could the knight possibly be? Benjen? It seems a stretch that she could easily defeat three grown knights after all. Are there other options that would make the story hang together? Thanks. Okay, so this is a really interesting one because I've been happily saying this was Lyanna all the way through. Who else could it be? Well, let's work through this. And the biggest clue is that the Knight of the Laughing Tree wasn't just a random knight who came in as a mystery knight in order to win fame and glory. They they weren't somebody who came in, did a few things, then realized, oh, hang on a moment, the Mad King's got a little bit concerned about me, I better just disappear. None of that. This person came in with the specific intention of um, getting justice or honor for Howland Reed. That's the only reason they're there. Now, in that context, there are really only five candidates, I would argue. Howland Reed himself and the four Starks who were there. There's no one else who seems to come close. We could argue, I suppose, that so Howland Reed prayed before the old gods that night before the Night of the Laughing Tree turned up, and we're told the old gods answered him. Maybe they sent someone else to go and do that very thing. But in the absence of any other evidence, we're down to these five people. My take is I think Benjen's too young. Yes, he's short, but he's 13, and there's no indication that a 13-year-old could, first of all, take on three. Well, we know he didn't because this was Lyanna, but he couldn't take on three knights in a row at jousting. Could it be Ned? Um, he could be short. He was a bit younger at the time. We know that he was shorter than Brandon. I think Brandon is out because Brandon is taller than Ned, we're told. Kat kind of compares them in her mind. She was due to be married to him, and then she was married to Ned. So, she does compare them a little bit. Probably not Brandon because he is taller. Could it be Ned? Well, we don't get any hint from his POV chapters that this was him. And he was a bit younger. I mean, Ned is a good fighter, so we could say this is possible, but he's also not the person who is there outspokenly trying to champion Howland's case. He says, you can share my tent, which is, I think, a very important, if minor detail in another subplot, but he's not the person there saying, go on, Howland, you should do something about this. The person who does that is Lyanna. So, are there other people who it could be? Well, yes, but for my money, the only one out of that five, other than Lyanna, that it kind of makes sense, that kind of holds together for, would be Howland Reed himself, and that's largely based on the kind of the context clues in what Jojen and Mira say. So the whole thing, when Mira starts telling the story, she says, I'll tell you a story about someone who could have been a Cranach man. Jojen then says, oh, maybe not. The implication is the maybe not, but the fact that this story that they tell is from his perspective. And when he arrives at the tourney grounds, he feels like he wants to be involved in some way. And he wishes he were a better fighter. Uh, I can certainly understand the argument some people have put forward that when he prays to the Weirwood Network. The Weirwood Network somehow gives him the abilities, the super strength, whatever it is, the ability to go off and stand up for himself in this tourney. It doesn't kind of fit with the magic that we know that the Weirwood Network have, but George R. R. Martin can make you magic up, I guess. So, yes, that could work. But I think thematically, it doesn't work as well as Lyanna. What with Lyanna, we get her standing up for him and then again standing up for him because this is House Stark honor that she is defending. We know that she's George R. R. Martin writes in that very story the evidence that she is a reasonable fighter because she manages relatively easily, it would appear, to get rid of 3 squires who are beating up Howland. We're told that she's, at the very least, she's a great horsewoman. Just in a completely different context, we get Roose Bolton, who remembers and says, "Oh, she was half horse, that woman." That's how confident and competent she was on a horse. So all of these, and we also, when we do see her, when Bran goes through the Weirwood Network and sees out through the Weirwood tree at Winterfell, he sees Lyanna and Benjen play fighting, which puts this idea of her fighting into our minds. So all of those things kind of chime. And then you add in this idea that this provides the way that she could have met Rhaegar. Otherwise, you have to come up with another way for her to have met Rhaegar, because he gave her the crown of winter roses. He declared her the queen of love and beauty. You don't do that to some complete random person that you don't even know who she is, because yes, we know who she is, but he'd never seen her before that tourney. She's come down as one of the Stark retinue. He might have been introduced to her, but I mean, that's it. He risked everything for her. Let's not beat around the bush on this one. This caused a huge political scandal, and there has to be a build up to that. That doesn't come from nowhere. So if you don't take this idea that she's the Knight of the Laughing Tree, then you have to have some other equally fun and interesting story that happened that says how they met, why he kind of liked her, why he wanted to do that extravagant gesture that he knew would cause a political incident. All of that kind of stuff, you have to have a story. We've got a story here. I don't think we could replace that one with one that doesn't work quite so well in having Howland Reed, but then we have to have another story. So Howland, I think, is not beyond the realms of possibility. It just doesn't work as well. And this is one of those things where I look at it and go, well, if it turns out that the Knight of the Laughing Tree is Howland and it's not Lyanna, then I'll go, okay, fine. I can see how a few things pointed to that. He wanted to be a better fighter. He arrived and felt like he didn't fit in, but he wanted to fit in. All of those kind of things, that kind of works. But it just works better with Lyanna. If this is again just another angle on this one, if Howland were there, and so we're saying that he got his sense of justice by going and defeating each knight and telling them that they have to basically teach manners to their squire. Surely he will have thought, well, everyone will think this is me because they'll figure out what's going on here. Added to which, that works so much better at a kind of a chivalric level if that's his liege lords doing that, not himself demanding respect for, respect the name of House Reed, which is basically what he would be doing there. It works better at a more chivalric level that the liege lord says, no, you show respect because this person here is not getting it. Mara Lee, hi there, Mara. Great to see you. Very generous as always. You know how much I appreciate your generosity. Thank you so much. Saying just a show of love and support for you and Dan, your gorgeous dog. Love you and all the fabulous content and stories. Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. I hugely appreciate that. And for all the fabulous mods and the great folk today in the chat. Yeah, some really good comments and chat going on today. Let's go to a question from Keith Boynton. Is there any chance that Mira and Jojen know John's true parentage? Mira seems to understand the meaning behind the Night of the Laughing Tree story, or at least a lot of it, and she seems surprised that Bran hasn't heard the story before. Does this suggest that Howland has clued her in on R plus L equals J, and she's surprised to find that Ned hasn't told Bran too? I think the short answer is yes. I can certainly see Howland saying, having told them, saying it, only talk to people about this who clearly already know. And that kind of fits with, are you sure you don't know this? We thought you would know this. So that kind of fits that dynamic. Um, uh, them knowing that story, the story for them is, and the way I often kind of characterize this when I'm talking about my working hypothesis about Howland and Ashara is that this feels like a How I Met Your Mother kind of story because we get this weird digression into all the different people that Ashara Dane danced with and how Howland Reed, you know, spotted her and thought, oh yeah, she looks nice, and the color of her eyes and the way that her hair moves, weird stuff like that is like this is a lot of detail going on there. So I often use this as a context. This is why they're told this story, but those two. It makes sense they were told that story in that context, but they would probably also then um, hear this story in the context of, and this is why your mother, if we go down this route, that this is a Shara Dane, this is why your mother can't leave. She has to stay here because everyone thinks she's dead. Um, and if you're going down that route, then you have to say, okay, why is that important? Because she was there. Um, she was close to Elia. She was there at the tourney, not the tourney, at the at Starfall and possibly even at the Tower of Joy. And when you start going through this, then you go, okay, so probably Howland told his children a reasonable amount, uh, and he would have done so thinking, knowing his children weren't going to leave because they don't. And then it's only when they started getting these, or Jojen started getting these visions, that he said, okay, and we need to pay fealty to the new Stark Lord. Only then did he kind of release them out. And to them, this was like the key story about what happened and why their family is like it is, and why they look up to Ned Stark so much. And it's like, surely he would have said this. So yeah, for me, it all kind of ties in. Um, it does still work with this. Surely your father would have told you this story. Is the kind of implication is that this is a fun tale from years gone by, but the implication is that there's something more there. Um, let's go to a question from Corvus Corax saying, please pardon the adjacent question. Why do you think Varys informs on Rhaegar's intentions at Harrenhal? If Varys wants what is best for the realm, wouldn't King Rhaegar fit that bill over his father? Was Rhaegar a bad choice in Varys's mind? Or was Varys plotting for Meleys Blackfire at that time? Okay, so interesting. I mean, this kind of builds on, I did some videos relatively recently about um, Varys and what he's about. Include, although I think I've got one more I'm going to do on that, and what is the master plan? Because that's a thing people often sort of like ask, what is this plan with um, young Griff? Were they trying to get Danny on side? What was the plan there? And that video's coming, but here we're rewinding quite a bit to what is it that Varys wants at this point. And I think it's pretty clear that at this point, the young Griff plan had not been hatched. That's because young Griff, if he is um, Aegon, has literally only just been born. And so this is not a plan that they've had going on for a very long time. I think that probably Varys will have known, particularly given the experience with Viserys, who from a very young age was being very Viserys-y. I think that he probably wouldn't have wanted to hatch that plan until he knew what was going on with Aegon. That said, I think at this stage, whereas everybody seems to love Rhaegar and say what a great person he also was a little bit obsessed by prophecy, it has to be said. And to the extent that he thought that he was Azor Ahai reborn, then he thought it was his son. And um, I think we need to take a step back and say, what does that actually mean? If you think that you're Azor Ahai reborn, what does that mean? That means that you think that you are the prophesied prince that was promised, and you are the person who is going to save humanity against the forces of evil. All of these stories that have come down over the eons, centuries, millennia of history leading up to you. That's what you're thinking. So I can certainly imagine that, yes, there are those who thought, well, Rhaegar seemed like a decent enough guy. But at the same time, others who were more aware of his very prophetic focus will have thought, particularly if they didn't believe all of these prophecies, will have thought he seems quite extreme and very focused in on the kinds of things that Targaryens had been focused in on a long time, and most of them went even more extreme as they got older. So, would he not appear the better option? Potentially. But also, potentially, you could see somebody going, I'm not 100% convinced by this. Also, he had been hired. So, this is Varys just doing his job, is probably the right answer here. Is that Varys had been hired to be the spy master for Aerys II. And if we leave aside any meta planning, he's got this big job now, and he's wanting to prove his worth because he knows that this guy, people who he suspects in any way, they're not long for this earth. He has to keep on proving his worth. And he said this many times to different characters, Tyrion in particular. He has to always prove his worth. And the way that he does that is by adding value as a spy master. So that's him just doing his job. And you asked whether he was supporting Blackfires. My personal take is that he personally is not, and this comes out in the videos I've done, but he personally is not specifically a Blackfire. Apologies, it's not. I want a Blackfire on the throne. That's not his thought. He's yes, I think it's very likely that young Griff Fagon is a Blackfire, but that's not to say that he thinks that a Blackfire, any Blackfire, has to be sat on the Iron Throne. That doesn't seem to be his plan. His plan, as far as we can tell it, is to put on the Iron Throne somebody who he thinks is going to be a good king, and that definitely he will have realised does not include Aerys. He may well have thought it doesn't include Rhaegar, because Rhaegar, if he were sat on the Iron Throne, would be just focused on prophecy. He might not think that's a really good idea either. Added to which, uh, when you listen to in that very last chapter that we have for A Dance with Dragons, the epilogue for the Dance with Dragons, and he gives this little speech to Kevin when Kevin is dying. It's all about here's somebody who he's traveled the highways and byways. He knows the small folk. He understands what it's like to fish for his own supper. He understands what it's like to sew up his own clothes, that kind of thing. Rhaegar's none of that. He may be a good fighter. He may be charismatic. He may be um, uh, clever. He may be beautiful, but he grew up in absolute privilege. He grew up the most privileged person in the entire Seven Kingdoms. It would be surprising if he didn't have a degree of that Targaryen arrogance to him. Right, so um, let's go to a question from Gina Z. I would love to hear your thoughts on how the stage play might be structured. Act one, two, etc., and when in the story it might end. Speculate at will. Thank you. Right, so I've talked a little bit about this, but I have obviously thought about how the play might be structured because I'm that kind of nerd. Um, my take is that this is about, as I say, this is about the political. There will be other stuff involved in this, but the framing of this, the Iron Throne, is about Aerys being on the Iron Throne, Rhaegar thinking that he probably shouldn't be, and kind of plotting this potential coup, and the coup being stopped. That is the kind of the framework for this. But where I think this takes it up to is the um, perhaps Rhaegar's plan goes ahead up to the point where he wins the tourney. Because it seems like part of his plan was I'm going to show how great I am, the leader that I am, the great fighter that I am by winning the tourney. And he does this, and perhaps it then will look as if he's going to do it. People are going to fall in behind him. He's managed to get enough of the major houses agreeing that he would be a good guy. Then he gives the Winter Roses, the crown for the Queen of Love and Beauty, to Lyanna, and everything just falls apart. And the Starks are angry. Brandon Stark, who's the head of the Stark delegation, is angry. Robert Baratheon laughs it off, but probably deep inside it was a bit, that's my fiance you're doing that to. He won't have been happy, and this whole thing would have started to collapse. And so that is where we end it. But kind of teasingly, we have, but perhaps there's bigger things afoot. Perhaps the bigger thing here actually is not him launching this coup, which is going to get rid of Aerys, but him meeting Lyanna, and from that will come Jon Snow. So perhaps that is the kind of the way that this arc of the show is going to happen, is that we're going to be set up to think this is all about the power struggle for the Iron Throne, and then it's going to end up with well, that didn't work, but there's something even more important that's been going on in the background of all of this. So that's how I kind of feel it is. Um, how they set this up in terms of like 3 or 5 acts or whatever, I don't know. But when I play it in my head, the first half is actually the kind of the build up to this, because the dramatic climax has to be the Rhaegar winning and then presenting the the crown to Lyanna. And yes, we have a little bit of sort of like what happens after that, and it kind of like the fallout from that. But I think that is the end point we've got here, dramatic end point, um, which means that we'll have a long build up to it. Maybe we have an interval. Again, this is just me, almost kind of like fan imagining it. Then we get the night of the laughing tree appearing just before lights out at the end of the first half. That would be, oh, whoa, what's happening here? The kind of thing that makes you go, I want to come back for the second half. So, and to see what happens, because from that moment on, um, we things will start to kind of speed up with the plot. Um, let's go to was Fox in Arda saying, as often happens with the live streams, I've thought of something from last week's stream. I want to ask. Absolutely happy to answer that one. I will still carry on answering questions about um, the Night of the Laughing Tree. Do not worry, but let me just pick this one up. A discussion about Summerhall and those affected. I wonder if Shira Seastar was there and was burned. Perhaps another reason why she wears a mask as Quaithe. It would tie into the tragedy, and by that time she probably thought Bloodraven was dead, if my timing is correct. So she left Westeros with her grief and knowledge of Summerhall. What do you think? Well, I love the idea. Um, her wearing a mask, I don't think we need a reason specifically for her to be wearing a mask, because Shadowbinders from Ashai wear masks. That's a thing that they do. And nobody seems to think that's a mystery. So I don't. And if she is trying to hide who she is, which she might well do if she is a famous person who survived all this time as Quaithe, if she's trying to hide the fact that she's actually Shira Seastar, she might be very happy wearing that. So I don't think we need a she got burned kind of thing. Um, as I said last week, my instinct is that all of the Targaryens were there, and all of them, apart from the ones that we know survived, probably did die. But I instinctively think, and I've got the video on Quaithe if you want to sort of go through all of the logic behind this, but I instinctively think that she was the person that Aegon the Fifth, sent to Ashai to get this knowledge that he then used to try and hatch dragon eggs. If she's still alive by this point, and we don't know, she basically disappears from the narrative once we get to the end of this, the immediate Blackfire rebellion stuff. She kind of disappears from the narrative. We'll know more, I'm sure, when Fire and Blood Part 2, Blood and Fire, comes out. But assuming she's still there, if Egg wants to get knowledge from Ashai, he has to decide who he's going to send there. Now, he will want to send somebody that he can trust, somebody who is with him on the side of wanting to hatch dragon eggs, who would be able to fit in with the Esozi, and who actually understands what information they're looking for. What magical stuff is it that might work? The only person who fits all of that is Shira Seastar. She's definitely on side because she's a member of family. She definitely would fit in with people over in Essos because she's half Essozi. Her mother comes from Essos, so she speaks the language, and she is a magic user. So she is somebody that you could trust to go over there and actually be able to know what is the information you want, not just some random person who sort of goes over to a shy, which seems like quite a daunting place to go to, and sort of asks around, so we want to hatch dragon eggs. Can you tell me how? And takes the first answer they get. You want somebody who actually will be able to sift this information and give you the right answer. So my instinct is that that's what happened. He sent her over there to get that information. She decided she wanted to stay, sent the information back, and she reemerges later with a different name, and finds Danny. And this is why when she meets Danny one to one, and the more I think about it, the more this seems like a massive clue. When she meets Danny one to one, Danny can see that her eyes are glistening inside the mask, which it's everyone's always like, so can we see what color her eyes are? Um, but we're not told that. What we're told is her eyes are glistening, which sounds like they're full of tears. Why would her eyes be full of tears if she wasn't if she didn't have some reason for going, you're a Targaryen, you've got dragons, this is amazing. After all that time, um, this kind of works. She thought her whole family had gone, and then suddenly here's a member of her family. And this thing that she'd been trying to do for all this time, how do we hatch dragon eggs? This has happened. That that answers the why. Why do her eyes glisten? Um, Ghost Dreamer, did Rayella support Rhaegar, or someone, not Eris? So this is Eris's wife. Um, did she support Rhaegar? We're told very little about her, to be honest, but she does appear to be a bit of a battered wife, basically. So, did she support Rhaegar as the heir? Almost certainly. Um, did she support a coup? My instinct is that Rhaegar at this time had basically set up a second court over in Dragonstone, so he wasn't there in King's Landing all that much. It, the feel, and I think they even use this comparison in the World of Ice and Fire. The feel is very much like in the build up to the Dance of the Dragons, where you got Rhaenyra, who has set up court over on Dragonstone, and you've got these two rival courts. And that would inevitably lead to civil war. That's the kind of feel that we've got going on here. Rhaella is very much stuck in with Aerys, so she has to be part of his. And she didn't really have enough uh, volition, not on her own part. We've no real idea about what she was like as a person, but she was not really allowed to do anything much else. So, yeah, did she support him? I'm sure she loved him. He was her son. Caius Ballerina, would it still have been a big deal if Lyanna was named the Queen of Love and Beauty if Elia wasn't there for some reason? Perhaps her difficult pregnancy, or would it have always been scandalous because she was engaged? Um, I mean, I think it still would have been scandalous because when we get Brandon leaping to his feet, he's not leaping to his feet because he thinks that Rhaegar's insulted his wife. He's leaping to his feet because he thinks Rhaegar has insulted Lyanna, Brandon's sister. And he's kind of like the spark of where all this controversy is. So the fact that Ellie was there, Elia seems not to have made a big deal of it, basically. So her being there gave some people a chance to go, oh, this is terrible because his wife was there and he did that. But it doesn't seem to have been the real spark. It would have been a scandal. It would have been noteworthy without it, is basically what I'm saying. Let's go to the Plasman. Hi, Robert. I hope all is well. A question sparked by all the theories about today's topic. Do you think we sometimes go overboard with all the theorizing as a community? Are there any mysteries that you suspect are just what George R. Martin tells us they are? Do we go overboard? I think it's part of the fun. Personally, I think it's part of the fun, the theorizing. Um, do we often go down tinfoil alleys into crazy ideas? Do we look for mysteries where there are none? I'm sure that's the case. But um, I mean, I think George R. Martin deliberately puts mysteries into his books. That it's not that we're making up mysteries. This is a thing that he does. He has a whole load of murders all over the place that it's not 100% clear who did it. He has characters who may have died, may not have died. We have things that are hung out there as clearly mysterious things, like the tragedy at Summerhall, like this. He creates mysteries, even like the random things like um, uh, I'm trying to think of something random. Well, you can think of random stuff yourself, but there are odd things here and there that you just go, well, why on earth did you include that? You just wanted to create a random mystery in history that everyone's going, huh, I don't really know what's going on there. So he kind of invites it. What I would say though is that um, he's happier than us, I think, to leave things as mysteries. He's because we've got this big gap. I think we do sometimes, you're right. I think we do sometimes like look for mysteries to answer. And there are some things, and with the Azora High thing, which I've been doing a series of videos about Azora High as well. Um, that's one of those things where I just think when at the end of all of this, we're still going to be debating who Azora High Reborn is or was. He's happy. He's happier with that. He's happier leaving things slightly vague and mysterious. Uh, we are not always. We want things kind of nailed down. So, um, do we go overboard? I, I think he encourages us to. Is where I'd put it. Taylor Jones, do you think George R. Martin has changed, added to, or altered any of his mysteries based on the theories and ideas in response to based on the theories and ideas in response to how the public theory crafts and investigates them? I mean, I think the short answer is no. Um, so certainly in recent years, he's not engaged with the online community um, to any great extent. I think that's probably fair to say. He is very aware that we're here, that we're talking about his books. He's very grateful and I think humbled by the fact that there are so many people who love his stories and want to talk about them so much. Um, but his attitude now, I think, is not, I really ought to change that because this person thought that, or oh, that's a really good idea. I don't think he's ever done that. And certainly, even when he was more actively engaging with online communities and the like, it's more his favorite thing uh, is to uh, he sort of says things like "pass the Cheetos," it's like as if like he's not going to answer that one. Pass me the snacks and I'll eat rather than respond, or keep reading or something along those lines. He quite likes the mystery, and I think that um, uh, whereas there have been a couple of times where he's gone, yeah, that person's understood what I'm trying to do. I don't think he's ever that I've seen said, "Oh yeah, this person's come up with a really good idea. I'm going to change it." There are a couple of things on the TV show that he's gone that has inspired me to slightly tweak things. For example, quite early on, the character of Osha. Um, uh, he thinks that she was portrayed, and I can't remember the name of the actress, but she was portrayed particularly well, and added extra layers. And as a result, he was going to add extra layers to that character when she reappears. He just thought, yeah, that's. I created a not two dimensional, but I created her in a way that this characterization adds something to. So he's done that. He said that a few times, or a couple of times certainly, but not. I think in terms of like people answering mysteries. Let's go to, I mean, this is my last question from my patrons, so now's a good time to drop any more questions you have into the chat. Gabriel Farrell saying, "Hi, Robert. I'm sure you're going to touch on Ryan Condal's recent comments on his relationship with George. So to attempt to counter what seems like quite a sad situation regarding House of the Dragon, I just wanted to pass on something I recently heard from a friend who has been working on the show for the last month or so, and I'm very happy to pass this on. She described it as being one of the best sets she has ever worked on. So pleasant and creatively encouraging that it has reinvigorated her love for working in film and TV after a difficult period post-strike and pandemic. Now, she was only working one small part of the whole production. She's not across everything that happens by any means, but these things usually come from the top down and spread across departments. I don't know about you, but I found this really encouraging to learn. So often I hear less than pleasant things from friends about the film and TV industry, and while it doesn't ruin my enjoyment of shows or films or people's work, it does leave a sour taste in the mouth knowing that it was made to the detriment of the health and happiness of cast and crew. Whatever we might think of Condal and HBO, etc., and the standard about House of the Dragon, it's pleasing to know that at least it's being made in the right way." So I've read all of that out because I'm very happy to amplify that, to share that with people. Yes, this is good news. If the production is a good and positive environment, I'm very happy to share that widely. So that's good. You mentioned though at the start there about Ryan Condal's recent statement. If you missed this, this I think it was only like a couple of days ago. Ryan Condal, he was giving an interview about something or other, and sort of in passing, he was asked about George R. R. Martin, and George R. R. Martin's comments about House of the Dragon. There's no need to uh, go over all of that. We know the kind of things George R. R. Martin has said about House of the Dragon. I sometimes do think, just as a slight aside there, I sometimes do think that whereas he does say some quite passionate and cutting things, he also has said quite a lot of very positive things about House of the Dragon. I think we kind of forget that. Certainly the first half of the last season he really liked. But all that to one side, Ryan Condal was asked, what's his reaction to these remarks by George R. R. Martin. And again, I think I'll read it. It's not long, but I'll read out what he said. He said, "It was disappointing. I will simply say I've been a fan of A Song of Ice and Fire for almost 25 years now, and working on the show has been truly one of the great privileges of not only my whole career as a writer, but my life as a fan of science fiction and fantasy. George himself is a monument, a literary icon, in addition to a personal hero of mine, and was heavily influential on me coming up as a writer. It's this incomplete history, and it requires a lot of joining of the dots and a lot of invention as you go along the way. I will simply say I made every effort to include George in the adaptation process. I really did, over years and years, and we really enjoyed a mutually fruitful, I thought, really strong collaboration for a long time. But at some point, as we walked deeper down the road, he just became unwilling to acknowledge the practical issues at hand in a reasonable way. And I think as a showrunner, I have to keep my practical producer hat on and my creative writer, lover of the material hat on at the same time. At the end of the day, I just have to keep marching not only the writing process forward, but also the practical parts of the process forward for the sake of the crew, the cast, and for HBO, because that's my job. So I can only hope that George and I can rediscover that harmony someday. That's what I have to say about it. So that's what Ryan Condal said, and I I don't think there's huge amounts of benefit to sort of go over this in too much detail. I think I will say just a couple of things. The first, at a human level, um, your heart does have to go out to him, and I think that when he's saying there that my um, uh, George R. R. Martin is a monument, a literary icon, in addition to a personal hero. And if that relationship for him has soured in some way, then that is a really sad thing for him at a human level. I will say I've never met Ryan Condal, so I can't give any personal context on this one. What I'll say, I do know some people who I trust who have met him, and the comment I get back the most on that is he's one of us. He's a genuine fan. He loves the books, and he wants to um, adapt them as best he can. And I think that's right. So whatever's gone on with House of the Dragon, and I think as I say, we mustn't forget. I still really enjoyed season two. It's not without its flaws, but quite a lot of the flaws were not his fault. The writer's strike, the HBO cutting the number of episodes at the last minute, that kind of thing was not his fault. Um, so I got quite a lot of sympathy for the guy, and I think I share his hope that he and George R. R. Martin can at some point get back some kind of harmony on this. I hope the relationship isn't completely broken. I think it would be good for everyone if they can move forward in a positive way. So, as I say, I don't want to labour that point. As I was asked, I happily give my opinion and reaction to that. Um, Obviously, there are things about some decisions on House of the Dragon that I personally would question, but I do not doubt from everything I've heard that he genuinely is a fan and genuinely does want to do the right thing. So that's where we're at with that. Reflective rambling. Picking up a question. Thank you very much. I love it when people pick up questions for other people. Um, Wilma26 couldn't make the last live. Could the Mad King's state of mind be related to Bran seeing Summerhall in a flashback? Um, to Bran seeing Summerhall. Uh, okay, so I think, and I might be wrong in this, but I'm assuming this is making the link with Burn Them All. This was during Game of Thrones. This was quite a popular theory. I think I even might have done a video on it years ago. Um, the idea was that so the Mad King keeps on shouting out "Burn them all," and the context there was Jamie was about to kill him because he wanted to burn everyone in King's Landing. But the fan theory was that maybe Bran had been trying to get into his dreams and warn him about the others, and this was uh, him. Bran saying to the Mad King, "Burn them all," and then the Mad King just kind of like saying this again. And maybe is this perhaps a tweak? Bran seeing Summerhall in a flashback, and then that sort of goes across to the Mad King. Um, Perhaps, but I don't see that it's needed for this. One thing, just in terms of that burn them all thing, that is a TV show quote rather than a book quote. The Mad King does say similar things in the book, but not actually burn them all. So uh, I don't think that we've yet got the evidence that can say, yeah, Bran has been interacting with the Mad King. But similarly, I don't think we've got any information to say that he definitely hasn't. Um, let's quick flick through. Desert Stormborn Charlie 1-1. Georgia Martin says, but Robert, what about the Milanese knot? Robert takes off his glasses. Well, the Milanese knot. I don't know whether you actually wanted me to talk about the Milanese knot. I think I'll just I'll assume that was a joke. Happy to talk about the Milanese knot, though, should you ever want me to. Um, uh, right, let's go through the chat and see what else we've got going on there. Um, uh, Andrew Kane, Weirwood talking about season 2, saying there's a lot of factors. Even before George R. Martin's posts, I personally had my issues with season 2 also. Lord changes were near constant and basically all for the worse. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'll dig into a little bit more in season 2. Um, I said there are things I didn't agree with on season 2. I think the apparent decision to get rid of Nettles seems I see no particular reason for that. I don't see any benefit in that. Um, Damon seemed to have lost a lot of his agency. I had no problem with this idea of Harrenhal being a lot more spooky dooky in the TV show than we previously thought. I thought that was quite a good idea. But for him to then basically spend most of that season just moping around, having weird dreams and visions, seemed to take away from his character as a very on the front foot kind of person doing things. He was left in a position where he wasn't doing things. He was being pushed into a position where he said, you can't do this yourself. You have to trust other people, which felt like a character change to me. So yeah, there are a few things that didn't work for me, and the the speeding up at the end and with uh, the break from having 10 episodes and cutting it down to 8, I think, had a huge impact on the second half of the season. I don't know how they were planning on ending the season before, but it felt like it was all building up to the fall of King's Landing, and then we didn't get to that point. So that kind of left the season arc a little bit disjointed as far as I was concerned. But I I come back to this. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very good, and George R. R. Martin did too for at least the first half. He said specifically mentioned episodes 1 and 2 he thought were really good. Episode 4 he thought was really good. It's the second half of the season that he's been quiet on, and so I think we have to kind of assume that it's the second half of the season that is where what issues he had were, and then also what he'd heard about plans for season 3. Um, Joe Rose saying, I hear George R. Martin is going through a hard time personally at the time too, so changes probably hit him harder than they maybe would now. Yeah, he has been. I've not got an update on that, but he has been going through a hard time on a number of fronts there. As I say, I was. This is small bits of manna being handed out, but he seemed a lot more positive when talking about Glasgow Worldcon than I personally was expecting. I both from what he said beforehand, he did blog posts about how upset he was about how they had been treating him there. I'd spoken to people who met him at the con, and I was expecting quite a downbeat um, blog post when he talked about it. And it wasn't. It was actually quite upbeat, and that was a clear decision on his part to focus on the positives rather than the negatives. He could have focused on the negatives. He decided to focus on the positives, and I have taken that as a good sign that he's in a better headspace than he has been previously. Okay. Agree. Weirwood talking about. I wonder how the Alice stuff will carry over to Aemond, yeah, absolutely. This is with the so in Fire and Blood, basically we get told that, yeah, Alice Rivers was there when Damon was at Harrenhal, but didn't seem to affect him in any way. Oh, but when Aemond was there, then yeah, definitely this, she became his lover, etc., etc. Lots of big things happen. So that seems to have kind of flipped a little bit in as much as this really did affect Damon. And now, what are they going to do when Aemond gets there? Are they going to go even bigger? Who knows? So that will definitely be interesting to see. Curse Ballerina saying Tom 07 Strings sings a song about a man wanting to crown his lady love a smiling, laughing maiden of the tree. Could this be another Night of the Laughing Tree hint? Could Rhaegar have written it? Um, yeah, I've not really thought about that. I would perhaps. Um, I mean, I think the only thing is timing on that one. Um, I would have to go back and look at the lyrics that we have on it as well. I will let you know next week if I do spot something that makes me go, yeah. I mean, it's certainly um, it does ring a few bells here. But Rhaegar, yes, he wrote songs. Yes, he had his harp with him. Of course, he did at the tourney at Harrenhal. Yes, he sang songs at the tourney at Harrenhal. But there's uh, all of the implications are when he was doing that, then that was before he'd actually met Lyanna. It's certainly before the Night of the Laughing Tree happened. This was basically the opening banquet. Maybe there was a closing banquet, and maybe he sang a song then, and this is that song, and the other bards kind of took note of it, and then that got played around afterwards. Yeah, I like it. It's a nice idea. I don't think we know, but it's a nice idea. Okay, I think with that, I will start to bring this to a close. But before we go, a few things. First of all, patrons, thank you again. I hugely appreciate your support. Really, genuinely, I can't do this without your support. Thank you. If you do want to support the channel, there's a link down in the description. Moderators, amazing job today. Thank you again. A little bit more love for the moderators if you're there in the chat watching live. If you're not watching live, if you're watching this back a little bit later, then somewhere around here is a link to other live streams that I have done, and appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to my Patreon page. So I will be back next week with another of these mysteries. I can't even remember which mystery it was I was going to do. It's a mystery what it's going to be about next week. But I wrote a little list of mysteries that we could be talking about. At some point, we're going to do the Tower of Joy. I did come up with a few more, but we'll get to that. So I've got 5 or 6. I might come up with a few more. Actually, you can let me know down in the comments if you want to. You can let me know down in the comments if there's any mysteries that you think it would be worth us covering in live streams here over the next few weeks. But that is all for now. There'll obviously back on the main channel, lots of new content coming out all the time at the moment, and this channel, I keep on saying it. I'm trying to do a few shorts every now and then, so let's keep an eye out for them. Maybe they'll come this week. Who knows? But that is all for this week. I will see you again at the same time next week. Take care, everyone. Bye.